Good morning, Commissioners, Chief, Mr. Tfank, Madam Secretary, Mr. Inspector General, Mr. City Attorney, and members of the public. Today is November 9th, 2021. It's 9:31 a.m. This is a special meeting of the Los Angeles Board of Police Commissioners. Madam Secretary, please call the roll.
Good morning, Commissioner Briggs,
Present.
Commissioner Decker,
Present.
Commissioner Bonner,
Here.
Commissioner Kalanche,
Here.
and Commissioner Sobral.
Here, thank you.
Let the record reflect that we have a quorum. Also present, we have the Executive Director, the Chief of Police, the Inspector General, and the City Attorney. Mr. President.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. We welcome everyone attending this morning. All public comment will be heard during item 2 on the agenda. We will dedicate a total of 45 minutes to public comment. Members of the public will have 1 minute per agenda item for a maximum of 2 minutes total. At the request of the speaker will be given 1 additional minute for general public comment for a maximum of 3 minutes total. Members of the public who participate in public comment are reminded that they can speak to any item on the agenda or a matter within the jurisdiction of the Board of Police Commissioners. Public comment is your opportunity to address the board. So you are free to express your opinion on matters before the board and to generally express when you disagree with other opinions expressed. However, directing your comments to other individuals who have spoken or attacking others who have expressed their opinions shall be deemed off topic and your public comment period will be concluded. Members, if you choose to participate in the public comment portion of the agenda, you can participate in this meeting in one of a number of ways that are outlined on the agenda. Thank you. At this time, we're going to go to item number 1 on the agenda, the Chief's report. Good morning, Chief Moore.
Good morning, Commissioner and President Briggs, members of the Commission, Mr. Inspector General, City Attorney, Mr. Tfank. As I do each week, I'm going to talk briefly about a COVID-19 update, our vaccinations, as well as other aspects of this impact of this pandemic on department operations. I'll also go into significant events to talk about instances of crime in our where we stand today with this. I'm going to pull out a couple of examples of some recent work of our people investing in impacting particularly violent crime, and then I'll speak with to our issues of our personal staffing levels on our sworn and civilian ranks. First, regarding the COVID-19 update. As of the 8th of November, we now have 3,231 of our men and women who have been impacted by COVID-19 and tested positive. That's an increase of 13 additional individuals, which essentially is the same level of new infections as last week. I was notified this morning of a new infection that actually is a breakthrough as an individual that was vaccinated. However, the majority of our instances of vaccinations continue to be impacting those employees that have not been vaccinated to this point. The breakdown of the COVID positive is 2,647 of our sworn personnel. That's 12 additional cases, and civilians represent 584. That's 1 new civilian case. Those work status or those assigned at home, we have a total of 85 personnel, which is an increase of 5 personnel from the same period last week. And return to duty now stand at 3,159 of our personnel. That's an increase of 6. I am happy to report that we have 1 individual that's now hospitalized to COVID, which is an improvement from our earlier weeks of those recovering from this pandemic. However, he is still in very serious condition and is, I'm sure and I'm confident is getting the best care. And I'm praying and hopeful for his full recovery. This last week, as far as vaccinations, we saw an additional 172 of our personnel receive the first dose of the vaccination via our mobile clinics. We have now given over 1,500 vaccinations utilizing our mobile clinics. That's an increase of 429 from what I reported last Tuesday. Again, 172 of those are new first doses. The remaining are either second doses or now the booster shots, which we now are eligible for receipt of. That now leaves us, as of yesterday, with 78% of our workforce now receiving either fully vaccinated or partially vaccinated. The 73% are fully vaccinated, the remaining 5% have received that first dose and are on a path to receive the second dose as prescribed. This last week, as I announced on Tuesday of last week, would be the process of beginning serving notices to those employees that were not fully vaccinated and had not filed for an exemption. And that number was 1,357 individuals, or who are not fully vaccinated and had filed for an exemption, religious or medical accommodation. That number is 2,239. Those notices began being served on Wednesday, and over the last 5 days, we now have served 2,158 of those notices. I want to thank the commanding officers throughout this entire organization who have worked tirelessly and personally delivered each of those notices with the involved employees. That represents 60% of the total number that are requiring a service. And over the course of those deliveries, we have now assigned 2 of our sworn members at home for refusal to sign and enter into the agreement, and 1 civilian is our current status as I sit here today. Today, tomorrow, and the days ahead, we'll continue to serve the remaining numbers. This is impacted by those that are on scheduled days off or on vacation or on leaves of other types. But the desire will be to have all those notices served forthwith. Lastly, it is our intention to have a fully vaccinated workforce. We continue to provide information relative to the power and the value of this vaccine and its protective values for all of our personnel, their families, and those that we come in contact with. Next area I'd like to discuss is significant events. First issue I'll cover is a non-intentional discharge, actually an accidental firing of a shotgun that occurred on duty in the West LA parking station. And on November 1st at approximately 6 o'clock at night, West LA patrol officers were discussing tactics in the use of a Benelli shotgun in the station parking lot. One officer was showing his partner how to operate the Benelli shotgun, and while showing his partner the functionality of the gun, the officer experienced a non-tactical unintentional discharge. The shotgun round was fired into the air. Fortunately, no one was injured as a result of this incident. Force Investigation Division did respond to the scene and are investigating this. And of course, this matter will be brought before the Board of Police Commissioners after my full review and recommendations as to the findings of how this occurred and actions to be taken. The other significant instance I'd like to call out is it was a very busy weekend. I want to thank our people for being actively engaged in various community events and partnering with those across Los Angeles. We had a very successful marathon on Sunday, which involved hundreds of personnel from both police department as well as fire and DOT and city services to ensure a safe and a safe operation of a marathon that stretched across the city. I want to thank Deputy Chief Blake Chow for his leadership as the incident commander, as well as in unified command with fire and DOT, and seeing that event went off without any problems. On Saturday, the day before, I want to appreciate the work of Grant AME Church, where they hosted the families of victims of gun violence as an effort to bring attention to survivors of gun violence and those that are left behind. Deputy Chief Regina Scott was there, as well as other members of South Bureau, in partnering with the community to take a stand and to ask the public's help and assistance in identifying those responsible for the tragic loss of so many lives that we've seen over the years. Additionally, I had the opportunity to attend the Sense LA Walk and Talk session. This is an effort that has been in partnership with Dr. Gabriel Kahn and the Bergeron Institute. This was the third session. It was hosted at St. John's Methodist Church, where about 30 participants made up of community members and officers sat down and had follow-up conversations about issues of policing and safety in communities and the interchange between members of the public and how members of this organization go out and do their work each day. It was followed by a walk through and by the watchtowers and back, and then lunch. And during the course of it, I had the opportunity to attend the session and talk with a number of participants, themes of accountability, competence, humility, and integrity. were all matters of interest by community members as well as our officers. I want to thank the officers that were involved in this, Commander Flores, who organized this. And I believe it's an opportunity to acknowledge what we don't know, to listen and learn. And I think it demonstrates the very best of our work in building for safer communities across Los Angeles. In regards to crime, we did see a slowing of shooting violence that has continued this last week over the same period from last year. Violent crime stands at a 5.6% increase year to date, with homicides at an increase of 13.6%. That's 40 additional homicide victims this year versus last, and a 46% increase over a 2-year period. Aggravated assaults did slow over this period. However, we saw robberies, particularly street robberies, continue to have a year-over-year increase. And while we have a 14% reduction over a 2-year period, this increase in street robberies is something that we've begun seeing emerging in the last 6 to 8 weeks. Additionally, on our property crime, we have a 1.6% increase in property crime. In areas that we're losing substantial ground is motor vehicle thefts and burglary and theft from vehicles, where we find more than half of our vehicles that are quote unquote broken into are actually unlocked, and items of values are being pilfered or taken by opportunists that are in our communities. The increase this year versus last is about 500 additional property crimes this year versus the same week last year. Now, again, these are numbers that are getting back to levels that we saw pre-pandemic, and the critical aspect of that is the area of prevention and hardening the target and officer and our community members being good stewards in that effort. I'm going to talk briefly about some examples of that, but before I do that, I want to just briefly update in custody deaths. There were no change this year versus last. We stand at 3 in custody deaths this year versus 2 last year. Our 4-year average is just under 4. And officer-involved shootings, there were no change this week from last week. We stand at 32 versus 26 that occurred year-to-date last year. When we talk about our crime picture yesterday as a group, two emerging issues I wanted to bring attention to. One is the issue of follow home bandits or follow home robberies or follow away robberies. We have seen, particularly on the west side, instances in which individuals are coming from shopping and retail establishments, and either as they get to their vehicle or are followed away from that location to another location when they're confronted by gunmen, and a robbery occurs, particularly targeting expensive items like jewelry, watches, as well as purses and so forth. A case I'll draw attention to is out of Pacific Division, where the victim actually, this occurred on the 30th of October, was in the Ralph's parking lot when he was confronted by 3 male black individuals, 20 to 30 years of age, and who pointed a handgun at him and demanded his Gucci handbag. And they took also his watch, which was valued in excess of $50,000, and some gold chains. Now, this individual, we believe, was followed away from a shopping establishment in the Melrose area, and then followed to the Ralph's location, which is in the 5200 block of West Centinela. We also, and in that event, I want to just draw attention to the fact that we had arrests that have been made. We've identified who we believe the getaway driver of the vehicle, as well as one of the 3 individuals that was involved in that robbery, that armed robbery there in that parking lot. I'll await further discussion of their identities pending a filing of criminal counts against them by the district attorney's office. However, what that case identifies is that the investigative efforts of focus to identify these individuals are unrelenting, as well as our ability to use technologies such as closed-circuit televisions that are readily available throughout the shopping centers and other locations to help us identify those responsible. The individuals involved in this, one of them has an extensive criminal history involving other street robberies, and we believe that he's also involved in 5 additional robbery investigations in the south portion of the city. 2 other areas I want to bring attention to involve murders that occurred in the city of Los Angeles. One involving a person experiencing homelessness in the Rampart area, and one tragically also of a woman simply attempting to go to work and riding the MTA transit line. Regarding the murder case involving a 29-year-old John Mariquin, a person experiencing homelessness who was shot and killed on the 500 block of Union Avenue on the 17th of October, I want to draw attention to the Central Bureau of Homicide, the results of detectives there who responded and in their investigation found significant video footage from the surrounding neighborhood, which captured the suspects and their vehicle in which they drove away. Investigative efforts identified 3 of these individuals as well-known members of a local street gang. And on the 25th of October, we arrested Jeffrey Andretti by GED officers at 6th and Alvarado. In his possession at the time was a firearm. That firearm that he had in possession was a 9mm pistol, which was the same type of the weapon that killed Mr. Marroquin. The gun and ammunition from that arrest was then entered into the National Integrated Ballistic Information System, NIBIN, and identified it as the murder weapon, a hit on the murder weapon that was used against Mr. Marroquin. Detectives continued their investigation and ultimately identified the other 2 individuals who were subsequently arrested. All 3 have had murder charges filed against them. The critical aspect here was the video footage from the surrounding neighborhood, community members cooperating and helping and assisting the police and having us ability to access that video so we could help identify these individuals that committed this murder. The last one I'll talk about today is the Mta case, which on the 10th of October, on a Sunday in the morning at about 5 in the morning, 28-year-old Danielle Harleman, a native of Georgia, who had been living in the North Hollywood area for about 3 months, was shot and killed by a lone gunman on the Metro Red Line at the Hollywood and Vine station. West Bureau homicide detectives responded and conducted a thorough crime scene investigation. They also conducted an extensive canvass for video and determined that prior to the shooting, the suspect had boarded a bus from the Pershing Square area of downtown Los Angeles, moved about to the Hollywood and Highland area where he got into the Red Line and rode to the North Hollywood station. There he wandered about and eventually changed cars and got back onto the Red Line. The victim entered the passenger car and on her commute to the job in Los Angeles. The train left towards Los Angeles, and then the victim and suspect, for unknown reasons, an argument ensued, causing the victim to move her seat. As she moved her seat, the argument continued. When she stood up, the suspect, without provocation, shot and killed her with a single gunshot. The suspect then exited the train where he discarded his jacket. Unfortunately, as I said, the victim died from this gunshot wound. Detectives responded in not just the canvas of this vehicle, but the canvas of utilizing technology and the video surveillance that exists in the downtown and Hollywood and bus lines allowed them to retrace this suspect's movement. Where 1.5 miles away, the suspect, after he exited that metro rail, he boarded another bus and rode to the city of Santa Monica. There, he exited at the beach and walked towards the Bluff, which is an area known to be frequented by persons experiencing homelessness. Investigative efforts led to identifying this individual as a 23-year-old Andre Dunlap, a native of Indiana, who had been in Los Angeles for about 4 years. Mr. Dunlap had been previously arrested for assault with a deadly weapon on the 11th of July in 2019 in the area of Hollywood. He had been sentenced to 4 years, but served approximately 1.5 years and was paroled in March of 2021. Detectives reviewed the social media posts of the suspect. The suspect posted images of being involved in fights in Hollywood near the MTA station and near Pershing Square. And in 2018, he was arrested for felony battery and given probation after assaulting someone at the MTA bus stop at Hollywood and Highland. Detectives also discovered that the suspect was characterized as being a high-risk parolee and had been at large since June. Detectives served a search warrant on all the social media and phones associated with the individual and found him wearing the same jacket and hat from the murder. Detectives had presented this case to the Los Angeles Attorney's Office, who filed murder charges, and a murder warrant was issued for his arrest. The LAPD FBI Task Force, coordinating with the FBI Safe Streets Task Force, contacted the Indianapolis office of the FBI and the South Bend Police Department. I'm thankful for their assistance, as on the 4th of November at 1:45 p.m., they arrested Mr. Dunlap for the murder of Danielle Harleman in South Bend, Indiana. Again, I want to draw attention to this because I speak each week about the crimes that are occurring in the city. And while we have seen increases in shooting violence and calls for our work for interventionists and our calls for work for community peace and to find a ground to get back to some of the earlier success that we've seen, What's also critical is the continued work of and the professionalism of our men and women who are dedicated to the safety of the people of Los Angeles. I'm proud of these three instances that these demonstrate, I believe, the work, the strategies, and the commitment to solve these crimes and to bring those responsible before the criminal justice system for the full weight of the prosecution as some small measure to serve for the victims of these terrible instances. My last point I'll go to is our personnel strength. We stand at 9,473 sworn personnel. There's no change since last week, and the same with our personnel for civilian at 2,670. That concludes my remarks, and I appreciate your patience in allowing me to talk and bring attention to just 3 cases that make up the statistics that we talk about each week, which are much more than just statistics.
Thank you, Chief. At this time, do any commissioners have questions for the chief? Commissioner Bonner?
Sure. Thank you very much. Chief, I had I think one just a comment and then a question. The comment, I think you were mentioning the level of shooting, gun violence we're continuing to be concerned about, but I believe with regard to the event that you mentioned that was hosted, I think at the AME Church, right? That's the same event that was in Southeast?
Yes.
Right. And I just wanted to mention, the work. I understand I received a brief report on the active engagement by the CSPB Bureau and the work that was done with some of the other officers in the Southeast Division to get out and do some of the legwork that was, I think, instrumental to making sure that, that and I think probably some other related activities could be done safely in the community. And I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, but you reported there was no gun violence associated with the event or other activities. And I know that they're somewhat emotionally charged activities. So that work was very important. So that was just a comment that I'd make on that. The question that I had also just about the COVID numbers as well is, are there any trends? I know we've asked before. I know there was a question this morning about this as well. But I'm just asking in terms of what you're seeing relative to those that are still, having a lot of questions and concerns, whether it's by rank or age or assignment or bureau or, are there any members of the command staff, for example, members of your staff who are not vaccinated? But what does that picture look like generally in terms? Is there any rhyme or reason that is emerging as to where the pockets of concern are, or is it spread pretty randomly across the organization?
What I'm proud to report is that those that had declined to state and had not filed for an accommodation or exemption, we continue to provide service to those. And to this point, we've only had 3 individuals that have declined. There's a potential of a 4th. I'm a little unclear on that one. But the vast majority that have been served that had previously declined to state are moving forward with either becoming vaccinated or filing for an accommodation. As to the makeup of and I'll speak in very broad terms as to not to violate any confidentiality regarding medical information of our personnel. The vast majority, with rare exception of our command officers, are all vaccinated, reported. There are a few that are seeking accommodations. The rhyme and reason of the remaining workforce of lieutenants and below, if you will, I will say that the concentrations for exemptions, the highest numbers are in some of the highest deployed areas of the city, meaning those that have the highest number of officers assigned. So proportionality is what I'm referring to. Is I believe that the proportionality is fairly consistent with the size of the command. And so we have not dug into the makeup beyond that. Those filing for exemptions to date, the vast majority are sworn, 1,910 versus 329 civilians. So that's, if we look at percentages, that's a higher percentage of sworn personnel of the workforce. That's about 20%. Whereas 329 out of 2,700 roughly civilian personnel is just over 10%. So, but the concentrations by age and by gender, we've not seen anything remarkable. There was some perception that there might be that women may be a higher representation or a lower representation, and we found nothing decisive either way. It all depends on how you want to look at the data. What we are doing and why we chose and directed captains and above to sit down with each individual is to understand the underlying hesitancy or the matters of pursuing accommodations, and to clarify and to try to break through any misperceptions or misunderstandings or fears regarding getting vaccinated. Our goal is to vaccinate the entire workforce regarding this vaccine. But I also represent that we are representative of the community at large. We're at 78% of the workforce and growing. I'm hopeful for that number to go into the 80s and 90s, and eventually the pursuit is 100%. But yet across America, we've also seen laggards or hesitancy of those resisting the vaccine, expressing various religious or medical accommodations at levels that we're seeing today with this workforce.
And just lastly, on same topic, some weeks ago, there was, you recall, I think you commented on an article that was reporting that there was a large concentration of in both the police and fire departments of I guess in the case of officers and firefighters who were not inclined to get vaccinated. Is that assuming that I don't know all the details on that, so I'm just going to assume that it's either accurate or reasonably accurate at the time that it was written. But the question really is, is the city, like, is the reporting information across various departments to understand, so the department does understand how well you're doing in getting those numbers up compared to other departments?
Yes,
proportionally or otherwise.
Yes, we're following the fire department, DWP. Mr. Marty R. Adams and I were at a community event on Friday. We spoke about this in regards to his workforce. Los Angeles Sanitation, Public Works, Rexon Park. There are a number, and in tracking, actually, our numbers are higher than some of those other agencies that I've referenced, substantially higher. And as also is the lack of litigation. It's my understanding that several hundred firefighters have filed suit, and that's not been represented by us. I want to clarify that the work to date is to ensure people understand the power and the value of the vaccine, and to facilitate every helping hand or tip or nudge that we can to gain their compliance. And I'm hopeful that we'll see that fully done. I also want to go back to your earlier point. The Families Against Gun Violence was a community event that was at a church on Saturday daytime. The reference that you're making was our efforts this past weekend for a neighborhood or celebration or tribute, if you will, to a local street gang that is from within that neighborhood, in which members from throughout Los Angeles and Southern California will come in tribute. And those events have devolved into violence and have devolved into shootings and loss of life. Significant effort this past week, working with HACLA, Housing Authority, gang interventionists, faith communities, community members themselves, to establish and reinforce expectations for peace, and to ensure that gun violence wasn't allowed or facilitated by these being unmanaged assemblies. And I'm proud of the work of Chief Tangarides, of Captain Domine, of Regina Scott, who brought marshal resources of Metropolitan Division, who had horses walk within the park and do outreach and engagement with community members, children, to facilitate a festive atmosphere of one that, though, was peaceful and that operated with a code of conduct that did not devolve into people carrying guns or engaged in shooting violence against others.
Yeah,
so
and
two different events.
Right, I appreciate that clarification. You noted, I think, a little bit of my hesitancy in attributing it to the AME event, because there, the planning has been underway, and that's been the subject of some discussion, at least some discussion I've been party to for some weeks, at least. I'm saying, so that's what I just wanted to mention it as well, is because the work has been ongoing for some period of time with a lot of people involved in a lot of effort. So I didn't want to miss the opportunity to acknowledge that, whether it was properly attached to the weekend event or not. So thank you.
We're proud of that work, and it was a collective effort, and I applaud everyone's hands at that, because lives were saved, and again, the event was managed in a way that allowed the community to come together in a fashion that didn't expose people to unnecessarily gun violence.
Appreciate that. Thank you very much.
Commissioner Soboroff, I see you have your microphone open.
Sure. On COVID again, Chief. It's so interesting. You've got two large law enforcement agencies in Los Angeles, in the same area, made up of people trying to do the same thing, and you have one to date that's 50-some% vaccinated, and one is 80-some% vaccinated. And I mean, you can go to any grammar school or high school or college or great graduate school and look up leadership and see how important leadership, not just from the very top, but the group of leaders, how you encourage positive results. And I just want to give a shout out to whoever came up with the methodology that you guys are using to get people to reconsider versus push them, criticize them. Whoever came up with the mobile unit, and the other ways, I thought the numbers today were surprisingly good. The number of people that got their first vaccine, I think you said, was 170 or something.
172.
That is very high hanging fruit. That is you got to go to the top of the tree to get that. And so things are changing, and I just don't want to let it go by unnoticed that whatever you're doing and whoever's doing it with you and whoever's guiding this, just take a look at the difference. And everybody involved should be proud, and be prouder when as you say, you approach 100. But I think it's very keep it up.
Thank you.
Are there any further questions for the chief? Chief, I have some questions and comments. I want to pick up on what Commissioner Soboroff just said. Commissioner Soboroff was correct, and it's due to your leadership in partnership with the PPL, the mayor's office, council members, all who have worked diligently to increase the numbers of the department personnel who have now received their vaccines. Like you said, we want to go to 100%, but sitting right below the 80% threshold is pretty good. And from what I understand, on a national basis for law enforcement personnel to have received the vaccine. So I want to applaud all the officers who have gone out there, including those who just received their first vaccine. We are taking strides, not steps, but strides in the right direction. And I want to thank you and all the department personnel who are responsible for that, because I think that we're headed in a direction where our city will be safe, knowing that we have a winter coming, and some of the predictions are that there may be another surge, but Los Angeles may well be insulated from the surge that other regions in California appear to be experiencing. So thank you and everyone who has assisted in this effort.
I do. Thank you very much. And for both commissioners, your remarks. Anne Marie Sauer and her leadership within our administrative services group has done tremendous work in allowing us to come up with a process of each step along the way, providing information, education, and the nudges or tipping to get people to move into this. We recognize that this is an issue that has America at odds, portions of them arguing with each other, fighting with each other, very emotionally charged. And I respect the work that under Mayor Garcetti's leadership and the city has moved the entire city's workforce in this direction, and is trying to do it in a manner that we don't lose anyone and they don't lose their profession, their career over this emotionally charged event. And we also recognize that the process of doing this is taking time, but it's time well invested. So I'll take that on behalf of all the command officers, the supervisors, the lieutenants in roll call room out in the field that are stressing the importance of this and working through a workforce that is at times can be conflicted with information from others that would argue with fact.
Thank you, Chief. I have one more issue that I want to discuss with you. It was mentioned in the press today. You mentioned it in your discussion as well, and that is the follow home robberies. Is there anything, Chief, that you can tell the citizens of Los Angeles that are visiting these high targeted areas? I think Melrose District was one of the ones that was mentioned in today's press report, that they should be on the lookout for, that they should do to keep themselves safe so that they don't become victims of these types of robberies where individuals are taking advantage of them, seeing them in areas, going into these stores, and then following them. Is there anything that they can do proactively to be safe?
Yes. So yesterday, thank you for that question, and I meant to have that included in my remarks. Yesterday, we published a community alert bulletin that provided a series of bullets, if you will, and essentially this goes to awareness. What we're talking about today is, in fact, Commissioner Bonner was with us yesterday on a crime briefing. We talked about the Fresca seating arrangement, the fact that we now have outdoor seating as a means of an attribute of COVID. And in such, have we seen how is the criminal element reacting to that? And one of the criminal elements that we're seeing is opportunists who now see that people are dining in these locations on the sidewalk or very near the street, are seeing opportunities to do grab and runs. To take a phone, to take a purse, to do a snatch and grab of expensive jewelry. We're also seeing that people are being followed off from expensive stores, and we've seen some occasions where, and they're very high profile because of the anomaly that they've not had this in the last decade plus, of people who are driving down the street and a suspect begins following them, and the victim doesn't know what to do. And so the victim stops, or the person the suspect will actually crash into the victim, causing them to stop, to get out, to understand why they just got involved in this traffic collision, and then to be at gunpoint in a robbery. Saturday, in the Melrose area, a man coming back to his car, got into his car when a gunman was there, pointed a weapon, and he did the wrong thing. He grabbed the gun, and a round was fired. And while the suspect fled away, by the grace of God, he wasn't shot or any loss of life. So this bulletin also says, be a great witness. If you see, be mindful of your surrounding. If you feel like you're being followed, if you feel like you're being, if you will, cased, call the police. We want to help. We'll be there. It's a priority call. We will call and respond. If, however, you do see someone who does commit an act of violence or robbery, cooperate with the person. There's nothing on your person that's worth your life. There's no item that can bring back your life. And so surrender the watch, surrender the whatever jewelry or whatever is being demanded. And rest assured that this department is investigating those very aggressively. That we're looking to the technology that exists in many of our stores along these business pathways, and other means of capturing those individuals involved. While we're in this briefing, I was just updated that Pacific robbery that was a follow-away from a shopping center in Melrose. The male suspect was filed on for robbery, for that robbery that occurred, that man's watch, that occurred, that Gucci bag. So we're seeing results, and we intend to bring attention to that to let the criminal element know that this is not going, you'll not be successful. What we have found to date is that this is more becoming popularized than it is a series, meaning that we don't have a band of 5 or 10 or 15 people that have gone into a series of a host of these. Instead, much like we saw a dynamic about 5 years ago, where suspects were knocking on doors, and then when there was no answer, would go and smash a window, would call the knock knock bandits. We saw that popularized as a technique by word of mouth for suspects to commit residential burglaries. We're seeing some of this being popularized because perhaps it's because it's in the news, because people see they're out and about and they're seeing these expensive jewelry, they see this opportunity, and they believe that they can go about this conduct and that they'll go and escape scrutiny of law enforcement and prosecution for their offense. Nothing can be further from the truth. I'm confident that we will be successful in prosecuting those. And what we ask the public to do is be a good wit, gather information, provide that to us. We ask business owners to help us with providing their access to their technology that allows us to identify these individuals and bring them before the criminal justice system. So that bulletin is available at lapd.online. And we're happy to ensure that people have access to it. And in our conversations, just yesterday, I met with the Hotel Association for Los Angeles, and we covered this topic as yesterday was the first day international travel has returned to Los Angeles. And as tourism comes, the operators were interested in what safeguards were in place and what could be done. And we talked about the value of prevention by walking in groups, by walking and being in areas that are populated, that are don't stray into unknown areas. And as you go about your day, be aware of your surroundings. And if you have concerns, to call 911, and we're there to help and support them.
Thank you very much, Chief. At this time, there being no further questions for the Chief, we're going to go to the item number 2 on the agenda, public comment period. Madam Secretary, can you please call up the first caller? Thank you.
Okay, our first caller is Zach Sherwin, followed by Jason R.
Yep, I'll speak on all items.
Okay, 3 minutes.
I love the continued use of words like hesitancy and misperceptions and fears when we're talking about why officers don't want to get vaccinated. Laggards is the word the chief used. People are slow to act. They're falling behind. They lack, and I quote, helping hands and tips and nudges. This is all such a silly performative pretense, especially when there's no word from anyone about yesterday's March for Freedom rally. I mean, God forbid Chief Moore would get out ahead of a topic that might be of interest to the public who's listening on the Police Commission oversight meeting of the LAPD. None of you commissioners wants to even acknowledge that there was a rally of thousands of people downtown yesterday protesting the vaccines with LAPD officers in the crowd. How about that unmasked detective photographed and shared widely on Twitter striding out of LAPD HQ to join the march while holding a handmade sign? Mike McMahon actually speaking at the event. Sure would be great to hear the top guy's take on all that, or even, dare I say it, that one of the people in charge of overseeing the chief might ask him to say something about that. But this is obviously not the source for that kind of discussion. The follow home robberies. Chief Moore, you mentioned in your initial presentation that the 3 robbers in the Ralph's parking lot were, quote, male blacks. That's interesting that you mentioned their race, Chief. I'd be interested to hear a follow-up about why you thought that was a pertinent detail. Also, when discussing what people should do if they're confronted by a follow-home robber, you said, and I quote, there's nothing on your person that's worth your life. Really interesting to hear that possessions are less important than human life from the same mouth that told us George Floyd's death was in the hand of protesters and looters as much as it is on the hands of the cops who shot him. Also, did you actually say that one officer was showing another the functionality of a shotgun in a parking garage and then the gun accidentally went up? Like, I'm just trying to wrap my brain around all the aspects of that. Your officers are violent buffoons, as your reports demonstrate on a weekly basis in these meetings. And that's true no matter how much you pay homage to their, quote, professionalism in serving and protecting the people of Los Angeles. Steve Soberoff, the cops aren't 80-something% vaccinated. The chief said it was 78, but don't let that slow down your bootlicking as you tell them to keep it up. The optics of the leaders of this commission and their toadying to the chief, that's pretty good. Less than 80% officers vaccinated when threatened with their jobs. I want to applaud all the officers who got the vaccine. Bonner asks a couple of neutral questions. Kalanche is silent. Decker is silent. You are the people who are the face of this city in talking to the chief about what LAPD is up to. Man, I'll yield the rest.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Jason R., followed by Steve Rogers.
All of them.
Okay, 3 minutes.
So yesterday, many of us witnessed LAPD pigs in uniform walk right out of HQ to join their quote unquote fellow patriots for a rally against, you guessed it, vaccinations and mask wearing. Was that one of the community events that Moore referred to earlier? What will happen to these officers? Absolutely nothing. They'll be celebrated internally and the LAPPL will find some donations for them as a thank you. Now, on Friday, this department released a body cam video of the shooting of Grisha Alvidarian, a man who was clearly experiencing a mental health crisis on October 2nd at Hollywood and Highland. Let's run through that video really quickly. So the responding officer told the others who arrived on scene to grab the less lethal, specifically the beanbag 40 and then the 20. But so one officer grabbed the 20 and put himself into position. And then suddenly Alvidarian started walking in their direction, not running, not jogging, but walking. And Timothy Sean Gordon, serial number 44322, fired his service weapon first, followed by the other officer firing the less lethal. The responding officer even asked who fired the shot, seemingly in shock that someone would fire anything but the less lethal. Now, I mentioned Timothy Gordon because this is the same officer who hasn't been disciplined for not wearing a mask. This is the same officer who targeted and arrested William Good 5 days earlier. Will is an LAPD critic who has racked up hundreds upon hundreds of complaints against this department and that division for non-mask wearing, amongst other things. Now, this behavior is allowed to happen within this department because Moore doesn't believe in any type of misconduct, is disciplinary. Now, this commission will say he agreed to discipline in this instance or that instance, but that's when he's forced to save face. In this department, Moore has made many things clear with his rank and file. You don't wear a mask and spread COVID in your communities? Don't worry about it. You go to the Capitol insurrection? Don't worry about it. You share a George Floyd Valentine? Don't worry about it. You bomb a neighborhood in South Central? Don't worry about it. That's the LAPD under Moore. Careless, reckless, and sloppy. This department models itself after him. Musty Mike, is the vaccine mandate the reason why the prince of the mayonnaise mafia, Captain Stabile, is that the reason why he retired? The same guy who led the charge on protesters at Echo Park Lake, the same guy who told Berlinda Nebo on January 6th, a Black woman and a victim of a hate crime, that she should do a citizen's arrest on her attackers? Moore, you tweeted our reflection on the tributes to war criminal Colin Powell, touching on a question his son asked his father. Are we still making his kind? I'm here to answer that question. Yes, the world is always producing coons. You don't have to look any further than William Briggs or Alan Hamilton or the hundreds of coons within your own department. Commissioner Decker, you pasty, pathetic purveyor of white supremacy, you cut my comment short more than any other comment over the last 12 months. You are racist, anti-Black, over here looking like a Ku Klux Karen. And lastly, bootlicking Briggs. Now's your time to show if you really care about Black women. We know you've repped Taylor Swift. We know you've married a white woman, but just wondering if you're going to do something about the swatting of a single Black mother of 3 by the name of Melina Abdullah. And let's not forget her children who have to deal with the stress and terror being targeted by this fucking department, specifically this failed Chief Moore. Fuck every single one of y'all.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Steve Rogers, followed by Richie.
Good morning, all.
Hi, what items did you like to speak on?
All items, please.
Okay, 3 minutes.
First, I'd like to say that this department I support. There are good officers, good detectives doing good work. And they need to be represented more strongly by the police commission and the chief. This department should have 12,500 personnel for a city this size. 10,000 in itself has been a goal since Mayor Reardon. That's a long time ago. It hasn't actually quite made it over 10,000. The LAPD cannot do the job with the number of personnel it has now. Now, if you look for leadership, look to Sheriff Villanueva, an elected official answerable to the public. Unlike this chief, it's not the chief's fault. That's a system we have ever since Prop F. He's basically a puppet of the mayor. And that goes for all chiefs. And you've all been appointed by the mayor. There's no diversity here of thought. So we, on a practical level, we need at least 12,500 personnel to make this city safe. We have less than 10,000. We have about 2,000 that are in jeopardy because of this unconstitutional medical mandate, which is really medical tyranny. The Fifth Circuit Court has ruled that Biden has gone and overstepped on this mandate. Okay, it's unconstitutional. There are religious concerns, there are medical concerns. A 100% vaccination rate should not be a goal. The goal should be to abide by the Constitution. Those people that were in that park yesterday, all city employees and their friends and family, protesting for freedom. They want to be safe. They want their occupations to be safe. And you're creating a situation where there's undue stress on them, and stress is a silent killer. These people have individual sovereignty over their bodies. They have a soul, they have rights. It's all guaranteed in the Constitution. The Constitution is the supreme law of the land. Your mandates and your policies are bullying tactics. So that each individual has that right. I read the law into the record 2 weeks ago. Take a look at it. It's on the healthyamerican.org. A couple of things that you might want to refer to is A Man for All Seasons. Watch the movie. You have to do what your conscience dictates. Keep an open mind. You talk about following the science. The science is not settled. Each individual has to make their own decision regarding their own body. It's your body, your choice. Also, take a look at Animal Farm. All animals are equal, but some animals are more equal than others. How does that apply? You're dealing with Marxists week after week. You need an antidote for the nonsense to the race-based Marxism and the linguistic gymnastics.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Richie, followed by T.
Hi, yes, all available items, please.
Okay, 3 minutes.
Yeah, this is Richie Serjanko from the People's City Council. I want to reiterate what was mentioned before about these unmasked officers heading over to the rally, the anti-vax rally at Grant Park yesterday. Commissioners, if you're not familiar, you can go to the People's City Council Twitter right now or at any point today and see the picture. It's there. And LAPD PIO put out a statement saying that they are investigating the complaints, and they say it's against policy for officers to participate in uniform, but no violation if they're working the event. These officers very clearly weren't working the event because Grand Park is LASD territory. So I don't think these LAPD officers that were walking over there with homemade signs were there for work. And it is actually against the law for them to do this. It is blatantly against the law for them to attend a rally in uniform. California Government Code Statute 3206 says no officer or employee of a local agency shall participate in political activities of any kind while in uniform. These three officers were in uniform. One of them had a homemade sign, and it looks like it said "Let's go, Brandon." And LAPD Michael McMahon was there. And so, what's the plan with him, Chief Moore? Are you gonna let him go? Are you gonna follow through on terminating him because he's saying that he will not abide by your standards? And now he's out there giving speeches in front of thousands of anti-vaxxers. That's the kind of thing that you're cultivating within LAPD. I also want to bring up the fact that LAPD shot a dog as they were approaching on someone's property last week. It's quite ridiculous that LAPD doesn't know how to do anything other than be violent. They don't know how to de-escalate. Sober off. I see, you're not paying attention at all. And Executive Director Richard, you're just not even caring right now. Chief Moore, the fucking LAPD shot a dog in its head for barking at them. You all are here and you act like you don't give a shit. This is quite ridiculous. There are things, Chief Moore, LAPD, you all put out a statement yesterday about crime going up. Yeah, and let's talk about LAPD shootings going up. Let's talk about what quote unquote crime means and how LAPD contributes and escalates that. You should look into these officers that went to the rally with the sign. It seems illegal.
Okay, next we have T followed by caller ending 3146.
Hello.
Hi, what items would you like to speak on?
All
Okay, 3 minutes.
power and strength to all the families impacted by violence of the police. Over 648 have been killed over the last 7 years. Not one officer has been held accountable. That's including the LA Sheriff's Department, LAPD. Grisha Mack, his killing was found out of policy, and yet nobody's been held accountable. And they shot up the Crenshaw Baldwin Hills Mall with families, babies around, and without any regard for life. Ozzie Hutchinson and Ramon Reyes died in the blast. Y'all decided to do some propaganda campaign in the neighborhood and blew the explosives. People are still houseless, displaced. I heard they're going to be moved like outside their community. Some of those folks, like probably Lancaster, Palmdale, when some of those folks like actually had bought homes and paid for them and worked their whole lives for them, but now they're going to be displaced from their community, uncompensated. 2 people died, and y'all still failed to mention their names. Last week or 2 weeks ago, y'all had a presentation for the West LA division. And actually, the guy that gave the presentation, Captain John Tom, wasn't he the same station commander that his house was searched for the missing guns that were stolen and trafficked out of the LAPD gun store? And y'all have him, given a presentation, as well as the officer that shot Grisha Mack. He was y'all were gonna put him on the committee for the the diversity commission, whatever. Y'all, you got a name for everything. That guy should be fired and prosecuted. Ryan Lee, I believe his name was. Lastly, who swatted Dr. Melina Abdullah's home and terrorized her and her children? Where are the 911 calls? Y'all showed up to her home 3 times, terrorizing this woman and her children, and you have no idea who it was. I mean, it seems kind of suspect, right? Y'all are terrorizing her on purpose for her amazing work in our community. Police don't prevent crime. Resources prevent crime. Y'all eat up 54%, $3 billion of our budget, city's budget every year. We need those funds for our communities. We need public safety that doesn't include police. Defund the police, fire Chief Moore.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have caller ending 3146, followed by Hamid Khan.
Hi, God bless.
Hi, what items would you like to speak on?
Jonathan Foster. Let's see, a public input chief's report, and I'd like to go over to the gangs and some stuff about the attorney. Thank you.
3 minutes.
Well, thank you. I made a mistake about October 19th in Bonner. It was actually October 5th, and it was about the meeting and the COVID procedure. And then you said, hey, you got a question. And well, I thought that was excellent. We heard from the attorney. I mean, I don't understand why the madman vice president doesn't know the same information she teaches at UCLA. She shouldn't even be in this commission, actually. And I haven't heard that Black Lives Matter, as it was just said, we haven't heard, and I thought maybe this was the National Security Agency did this, maybe. or it is right in the LAPD because we're not hearing. It just leaves you suspicious, like I'm wondering. A few other ones we haven't heard, but we've just heard some comment about. Again, we haven't heard about stolen guns, and we haven't heard about what LAPD officers were at the January 6th riot. That's my building. And the gangs in the LAPD, that's a conspiracy, and that's a foreign militia operating right in the LAPD. That's treason. And Bonner was talking about, people talking about it's a 210.46 to report misconduct and crime. And when people are asked to be in a gang, right, that's a badge tarnisher, right? And then the chief spoke vaguely about, and a discussion went in the direction of how do these gangs come together, right? See, it's conspiracy. Anytime you people talking, I mean, the law is broken. I mean, it's kind of sick. And even if it works right, it's still got problems. But it's a secret, right? So a cam, right? If we had cams on every officer, we would know who was making the discussion about getting in a gang in the LAPD. That's what sounds. I am the smartest, strongest, most powerful man on earth. I come up with all the right concepts. And I found out that other people are smart too, and they know all the concepts, and they're not doing the concepts because there's two different types of laws going on here. Law we got to follow and law that y'all follow, they hurt everybody. President needs to step down. Twice he had to take direction, forgot, and didn't know what he was doing. T-Fink had to tell him, William, had to take a vote before they went to closed session. Didn't realize this. It's a few times. So when an officer does this, somebody gets shot dead. See? The chief, you got to go. You said you didn't shoot to kill. We've been hearing that people have been shot dead. And these comments, you've made a few other comments that are absolutely disgusting. I'm just upset. Just to begin with, the toilet mayor, and you were lying to us. You said you were picking 3 people or potentially 3 people, and you were going to do a shenanigans with the $1 million. So it's just I'm.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Hamid Khan, followed by Blue.
Hi, can you hear me?
Hi, yes. What items would you like to speak on?
All items, please.
Okay, 3 minutes.
I mean, I want to start off by saying that it's almost amusing to hear this conversation as well when supposedly a publicly paid department that claims to protect and serve is the most toxic department in the city, being a super spreader of a disease that has already spread to 250 million people and has killed almost 800,000 people in the United States and still counting, and as it is on the rise again. And here we are, that over $3.2 billion that is being paid to a department, and we're still trying to beg and plead and ask them to go and make sure that they are protecting people that they're supposed to serve. But that is not really the intent. That has never been the intent. But I think it brings me back to another issue, that when Operation Laser was dismantled, Moore very, very gallantly in his own way, thumping his chest, said, well, that was an experiment on the community. So I think the communities remain to be an experiment. The community remain to be a target. The community remain to be like, how much harm and trauma can a human being sustain from the violence of the state, from the perpetrators of violence, which are tip of the knife of white supremacist violence and the settler colonial state. Which then brings me to another point where we released a groundbreaking report just yesterday morning, right across, when these thousands of people had gathered in Grand Park. And the title of the report is Automating Banishment, the Surveillance and Policing of Looted Land. The report just goes through very, very meticulously that how data-driven policing programs use data to pick places and people who are targeted for extreme police brutality, profiling, and violence. And Bonner, when Predpol was dismantled and Laser and Chronic Offender Program was dismantled, you kind of came back with a smile that, we're going to come back with something new, which brings me to the data-informed, community-focused policing, which is nothing more than a rebranding and reframing of predictive policing of Operation Laser of a chronic offenders program, where anchor points have been renamed as neighborhood engagement areas, where ACCICs and all this kind of just somebody else mentioned linguistic judo. And I think nobody is better in playing linguistic judo than LAPD does. And we have exposed a whole bunch of things on what has been the aftermath of that program as well, and continuing to be. Where in just 6 months in 2016, when LAPD killed 6 people in predictive policing laser zones, they were all mapped out very methodically. And this is how we mapped out how Nipsey Hussle was very methodically impacted as a result of Crenshaw and Slauson, how that was mapped out as an anchor point, resulting in massive stops of people. And that again becomes a part of the war that LAPD continues to wage on.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Blue, followed by Adam.
Good morning. Can you hear me okay?
Hi, yes. What items would you like to speak on?
All items, please.
Okay, 3 minutes.
Okay, thank you so much for your time. We always appreciate the 45 minutes every week. I just want to give gratitude and a big thanks to LAPD for doing just an incredible job with the limited resources that they have. 10,000 police officers, give or take, trying to protect a city of 4 million. I mean, the numbers speak for itself. So Chief Moore, I just want to tell you, we know that you have the best department, not only in the country, but, probably one of the best in the world. We appreciate them, and we don't take that for granted. So please, whenever you speak to an officer, let them know that the communities have spoken and that we need our police officers and we appreciate their protection. Same goes for other cities, Portland, Seattle, and even Minneapolis. Figured out that defunding and dismantling the police does not work. The people of the communities have spoken, and we appreciate their protection, and we appreciate them just going out every day and putting on that uniform. It's a shame that they have to deal with this day in and day out on zero bail. And it's a shame when these police officers are arresting the same gangbanger, the same violent offender over and over again, and just become, just being mocked as one violent offender yelled out, "I love Gascon, see you soon." And sure enough, he was released and arrested again over and over again. So, shame on our mayor and shame on this district attorney for putting our lives in danger and jeopardizing our safety for this nonsense zero bail and releasing these violent offenders. So tell LAPD to hold their heads up high. They are doing a massive job, incredible job. And we know the ambush of police officers are on the rise. We know, just tell them to be safe. We know machetes and, knives and pit bulls are a danger to police officers. This dog that was shot was unfortunate, but when they received a call for a vicious animal attacking people walking in the street, how is this dog, and I'm a dog lover, but how is he not tied down? And the officers deserve to go home, not be mauled or attacked to death by a dog. So, we saw the truth, and thank them for protecting us. Thank them for, staying strong. The communities appreciate them. We are LA strong. Hopefully LA will become the safe destination, even for us community members that know the good LA that we used to have. And we are LAPD strong, and we support you, and we should support our police officers. Thank you, Chief Moore.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Adam, followed by Haram Cormier Jr.
Hello.
Hi, what items would you like to speak on?
Well, if I'm allowed, I'd like to speak on number 1, number 2, number 3A through C, 3E, 3G, 4B, 5, 4A, 3F, and 3D. Actually,
Okay.
no. Sorry, I don't want to speak on 3D.
3 minutes.
Okay, thanks. People have already mentioned today, but yeah, it's pretty telling when the chief can rattle off just, yeah, so a cop happened to be showing off his shotgun and just let one fly in a parking garage, like normal shit. And there's no question about that. There's no question about shooting a dog in the face. But there are always questions from the commissioners about quote unquote crime in the community. And so it's interesting to think about, the resources in these communities, right? Chief mentioned, the surveillance systems from Hollywood to downtown to the metro to the, cameras in the community that people are allowing, or maybe not allowing, but the LAPD is using. How much money just in those sentences did Moore talk about? So yeah, it's interesting that like those questions never come up. And of course you would say that, well, it's a use of force. The shotgun blast in a parking garage is a use of force. It's, that has to be investigated by the Force Investigation Unit, who of course, up until 2019, when he crashed his police vehicle drunk and then left the scene of the accident, was run by Jeff Nolte, who we of course know shot at least 6 people in his career as an LAPD officer. So we know the kind of people that are in charge of investigating uses of force. But I don't, I try not to give you all too much credit here, but I really don't believe any of you commissioners are that dumb, well, besides Steve, to believe that what you're doing here is actual oversight. So that means, to me, Professor Decker, like that means to me that you're upholding, you're strengthening, you're reinforcing patriarchal violence by this police department. Dale Bonner, William Briggs, that means that you're upholding and strengthening and expanding anti-Black violence. Maria Liu, that means that you're expanding and strengthening the violence and the banishment in the same communities that you purport to be doing so much good work in. So yeah, that's just really sad to me that you all sit here every week and we go through this shit. You let people talk about like Nazi commie medicine, and then I try to sing you a beautiful song. You cut me off 6 seconds in. You all should be ashamed of yourself, obviously besides Steve, because he doesn't function like that. But you all should be really fucking ashamed of yourselves. Have a great day.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Haram Cormier Jr., followed by caller ending 4952.
3 minutes, all items. Yeah, so, it's alarming just to hear the disregard and all the bullshit that y'all talk about. I mean, throughout this whole thing, we haven't heard nothing from the commissioners about how Dr. Abdullah's house was swatted 3 times, 2 in direct retaliation. But y'all will sit here and praise a department that is months upon months late on getting a vaccine. But throughout that whole period of them being late, they've exposed numerous community members to the virus and made people sick. People have probably been hospitalized, and people have died because of their inaction. And I'm sorry to tell you, but 22%, if the numbers are real, which I don't really believe, but if the numbers are real, 22% is pretty significant still. So that's still a lot of people in that department who are going to be exposing us to this bullshit for real. So nah, that's not a matter worthy of praise at all. Nothing the cops do is worthy of appreciation, as a previous caller said, at all. I do not appreciate. I'm from LA, the real LA, not Ventura or Orange County or none of the bullshit that y'all are from. These little pig plants on here. I don't appreciate boots in my back. I don't appreciate bullets in my back. I don't appreciate getting shot up in a fucking mall. I don't appreciate that shit. Drug plantings, bait cars, all of that type of stuff. Nobody appreciates that. So, miss me with the bullshit. Then, we still have 27th Street. Nobody said nothing about that. Just like, yo, hate is something serious, bro. Like it turns into not just angry faces and niggas with, walking outside into this crazy ass rally that was had the other day. It's not just that, it's just, disregard. It could be contempt, it could be a whole bunch of shit. It don't always look like a nigga in your face yelling at you, calling you a nigger. telling you go back to Africa. Hell, it don't even got to look like a bullet in the back, my nigga. So, you know, it's just, I don't get this shit. I really don't understand you. Because what did Black people do to make people like Moore and departments like this sit up here and talk about this fucking fantasy they have and run through crime and all these instances like they are the ones who didn't create the underworld that we live in? Like they're the ones who didn't create these situations. I don't understand that shit. How are you going to look at a city budget that has $3 billion plus some, a big sum, and have crumbs to every fucking thing else, and look at that situation and say, oh, damn, the niggas are going crazy. The city's going wild with crime. What the fuck else do you expect? You call it crime, nigga. I call it survival. So anything that results from that is on you.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have caller ending 4952, followed by Karen Purdue.
Hi, yeah, I'm going to speak on all of them.
Okay, 3 minutes.
Yeah, this is T. Guerra, Stop LAPD Spying Coalition, LAPC Fails Coalition, and I wanted to talk about item 4B. This is the police so-called accountability bills. And as usual, this is an exercise in gaslighting when LAPD makes the claim that it is in compliance with many of these items. For instance, it says that it does not engage in racial profiling, when we routinely see, and it is experienced and even documented by the community, that LAPD violates these on a daily basis. And none of that is surprising or new. That is the way that the law is set up. But all of that, of course, underscores the fact that none of this can be reformed. And at the same time, I want to echo the words of my comrade Hamid Khan and draw our attention to the new report that was published yesterday by the Stop LAPD Spying Coalition, and it is very much related to the work of this board, and you can find it at automatingbanishment.org. And it documents how LAPD uses the label of crime analysis and uses data-driven policing tactics to target Black and Brown communities year after year for increased patrols, heightened surveillance, and additional tactics, and how it is actually rooted in racial profiling and is operationalized racial profiling using crime analysis. And in that report, we also show how LAPD missions, including missions for Metro Division, were routinely led by descriptions of so-called suspects and crime trends as Black male suspect or Black youth. And this was done in multiple divisions. This was widespread, and it was all part of that so-called crime analysis that we continue to hear about. And what we also know is that the same year that Operation Laser, that program was expanded, that was the program using those tactics I just referenced. That was the same year that LAPD killed 7 Black and Brown youth: Ryan Joseph, Jose Juan Mendez, Richard Risher, Jesse Romero, Kenny Watkins, Carnell Snell, and Daniel Perez. And we cannot separate the missions of LAPD that are rooted in and guided by mass racial profiling and so-called location-based policing. We cannot separate those from the murders of those youth and the harassment and murders of Black folks by police that continues today. And we talk about that more in the report. And again, I encourage folks to read that. That is called Automating Banishment, and you can find that online. And that framework that cops were using then, by the way, that they were plugging that analysis into, is the same framework that is being used today with what are called the SARA projects and the NEAs. It's that same process of scanning, analysis, response, assessment, which again are terms that they use to make it sound like it's like methodical and thoughtful somehow. But when we look more closely at those actual assessments, what we see is the same racialized profiling of Black, Brown, and poor people. So we see how LAPD continues to elude any actual accountability and just changes and morphs into the next murderous program. The system cannot be reformed. We demand that LAPD is defunded and abolished. Defund the police. I cede the rest of my time.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Karen Purdue, followed by LAPD Constitutional.
Good morning.
Good morning. What items would you like to speak on?
I'd like to speak to all items, please.
Okay, 3 minutes.
The world events have all of us in this together. And I agree with previous meetings within the commissioners to stop this misinformation that has been going on and on. We should not question the origins of the US taxpayer money funding gain of function in Wuhan. There is no questioning the wisdom of Newsom placing COVID patients into nursing homes, resulting in the unnecessary deaths of our elderly. We should not ever question our public health officials that the vaccine will stop COVID in its tracks. We should follow with blinders on. We should not question government interference between doctor and patient, which has been sacred until this time. We should never consider medical or religious exemptions, even if it causes great harm to health or even death. Or some will be vilified by this commission. One size does not fit all because our leaders have spoken. Please don't let us speak about the increase of vax getting sick and hospitalized. The efficacy of the vaccination is not what we first thought it would be. We must ignore that much is unknown about the short and long-term effects of the vaccination. And we all must march in tune to get our 5-year-olds vaxxed. We must ignore any other treatments or options besides the jab. Lastly, we must eliminate any semblance of civil liberties. Any freedom of thought, any freedom of speech must be eliminated by this commissioners. Coercion is not consent. I'd like to address also the ongoing Brown violations, where people would like to sing some songs. So I'll do some poetry. Where's Gavin Mussolini? It appears he has lost his weenie. He has looked under the chamber chair.
Secretary, this is off topic.
Oh, no, it's not. I reclaim my time. I'm not finished. I'm addressing the Brown Act. Don't let the Brown Act run afoul, lest you now.
Okay, next we have LAPD constitutional, followed by caller ending 7742.
7742 will be the last caller.
Hi,
Hi, what items would you like to speak on?
all please.
Okay, 3 minutes.
Okay, so first, the commission failed to post today's public meeting on Twitter like it normally does. Next, how awesome was yesterday's massive grassroots rally for constitutional freedom to stop the forced vaccination discrimination against exempt city employees, all of it very short notice. So as I speak, I represent other law enforcement religiously exempt families. And with that said, I hope you also noticed last month's statewide school sit out and the upcoming sit out this Monday, November 15th, to protest the vaccine poisoning and the CDC shielding approach. So great reminder for all exempt families, get your kids out of the government schools and of course, just say no to the clot shot.
President, none of this has anything to do with
I reclaim my time, so I hope you're not interrupting me. Please, it is definitely not off topic. It is.
Okay, the next caller is 7742.
Seven 742, you're on.
Yes, again, do not violate the Brown Act. People are free to say what they want. Please, Chief Moore, unbend your knees, rise to the occasion. As I was saying, don't let the Brown Act run afoul, lest you now throw in the towel. Now,
this is the same speaker as before.
Vaccine injury
Madam
is on the rise.
Secretary, please go to the next speaker.
Okay, we have Kimberly Isaacs.
Hello, can you hear me?
Hi, yes, what items would you like to speak on?
All of them.
Okay, 3 minutes.
A couple things. I just want to go back and say again, I believe I said last week that I am getting highly annoyed that we are still not addressing Dr. Melina Abdullah's swatting, 3 swattings. We still haven't heard the 911 calls, which I'm beginning to think they don't exist. Surprise, surprise. And we still haven't understood why why the police are targeting her. And they need to cut it out already. We know what's going on, but we need there to be a punitive something done in order for this to stop, for her family to stop being terrorized. The second issue is I want to know what is going on with the status of the detonation of the bomb that happened in South Central. What's the update? We didn't get one last time. Have those families been made whole? Are they back in their homes? Have they been given money for mental health services and for physical health services? Have their cars been replaced? Have their homes been repaired? All of that's on the LAPD because Chief Moore was in charge of that. That's another reason why he needs to be fired. So what's the update on that, Chief? Why haven't we gotten an update on those families? So that's also what I want to know. And I don't understand why we are still dealing with this constant over and over again of police not being held accountable for what we put in a mandate or they put in a mandate, whether I agree with it or not. The fact is, why are the police not being held accountable? They are still being seen without wearing masks all over the place all the time. They are still running around giving other people COVID. And it's been said in numerous papers that the police department is a super spreader. And more police are dying because they're not following the rules. And when they don't follow the rules, where's the accountability? The last time the chief talked about it, he said, oh, well, we'll deal with it, or there'll be some, but there's been no accountability. I've never heard about it. So we have a pandemic, but the rest of us are supposed to follow the rules. But like when our people are murdered, the LAPD is not being held accountable. That must stop. We put you all in office. Oh, I guess we didn't. Y'all were picked, and you were picked by the mayor. But so we have no control over y'all. But the fact is, you guys need to do your job and hold them accountable, hold Chief Moore accountable, and he needs to be fired. He's done a horrible job injuring protesters, injuring families, all under his watch. People dying and being murdered, all under his watch. He needs to be fired.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. That was the last caller. We will now go to item 3 on the agenda, the consent agenda items. Any commissioners have any questions on item 3 on the agenda? Commissioner Bonner?
Just noting for the record, I sent a question through to the chief's office on item 3A.
Thank you. Seeing no questions on these items, I move that we approve and to the extent required, transmit those items necessary to the mayor and city council. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion has been made and seconded. All in favor, say aye.
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 This is carried. We will now go to item 4 on the, I'm sorry. It should be item 4.
Yeah.
The regular agenda items. 4A, the department's verbal presentation and discussion of the Mission Community Police Station, Cpap. Can we get Captain Michael Odell? Oh. Good morning, Captain. I think your microphone is muted. There you go.
Yes, sir. Yeah, just trying to see how we can share our PowerPoint presentation. Is that up by any chance?
We don't see anything on our screen.
let's see.
There we go.
Okay.
Okay, good, very good. We have it. Okay. Well, again, good morning, everyone. This is just going to be a brief presentation in regards to the mission area and also our Cpap program. What I would like to do to start off is just talk a little bit about mission. And basically, it's about 25 square miles with a population of about 250 residents. The communities we serve is the area of Arleta, North Hills, Mission Hills, Panorama City, Sylmar, Knollwood, and the Bly Street area. And there are basically 8 basic cars that cover the area. What I'd like to do is just a brief overview of our crime efforts in Mission. I'm proud to say that we're 3rd overall with the 21 areas. We're 3rd overall in violent crime reduction. We're number 2 in property and number 2 in part 1. And for the sake of sound like I'm bragging, I'm just going to continue to say that Mission leads the Valley Bureau in these reduction efforts. Right now in violent crime, we're down 2.5%. Year to date in property crime, we're down 8%. And in part 1 crime, we're down 6.7%. And this is all due in large part to our partnerships with the community and certainly with our Cpap partners. So at this time, I'd like to turn it over to my Cpap co-chair, which is Miss Betty Lay.
Hello, commissioners. Thank you very much for the opportunity to come forward with this. I think it's very important. And basically, Cpap serves as an advisory and problem-solving group. It's something that brings the concerns of the members to discuss solutions. Now, that's not of their individual neighborhood, that's of their basic car. So, okay, and with membership, it's basically the commanding officer who has the sole responsibility for the selection of the members. Of course, it's recommended that Cpap meets monthly. However, some of them do meet every other month. We at Mission meet every month. The meetings are generally open to the public, but we also go through the commanding officer for the authority to hold closed meetings whenever necessary. Yes. This is an example of one of our outreach pamphlets that our group has put together to let people know how they can get involved, looking for volunteers for committees, the information where to call for community relations office, things like that. Okay. Members fill out application form. They agree to be fingerprinted. All applicants are approved by the commanding officer, though we also have a community volunteer coordinator who calls them in and interviews them to see where they would fit best, maybe with Cpap, maybe with a volunteer patrol group, maybe upstairs helping detectives. It all depends on their skills. Okay, representing each basic car, we have a very diverse group. Community leaders from school reps, medical reps, clergy reps, neighborhood council reps. We deal with nonprofit organization reps, business owners, neighborhood watch reps, and as Captain mentioned, our communities include Arleta, Mission Hills, North Hills East, Panorama City, and Sylmar. And we have 4 committees. our executive committee, which composed of our CO, the Cpap co-chair, secretary, and community relations officer. Our biggest and most prosperous committee is quality of life. We deal with such things as issues with illegal fireworks, online sales, illegal storage, illegal transportation, and the use of illegal fireworks. We work with our city attorney, neighborhood prosecutor, our city council, regarding the fireworks, vendors, homeless issues such as encampments on private properties, blight properties. There's a number of things that we get involved with, and such things as groups like Communities in Schools, San Fernando Valley Partnership Incorporated, which promote healthy communities and improve the quality of life. We help out or outreach both with LGBTQ, the Red Cross, the San Fernando Valley Disaster Preparedness. There's lots of things we get involved with. Also with the quality of life, we've had an ad hoc firework committee. Some of the largest achievements with the group has been to take over North Hills Park from the gangs and drug dealers, and now it's been open for our mission pals to meet there for after-school activities and help with after-school tutoring, plus getting our city attorney and city board, council board involved with our illegal fireworks to change the laws. That's something that the committee has been working on now for about 4 years. So it takes a village and it takes a while, but we're getting it there. Additionally, Cpap also uses resources to get rid of graffiti, whether it's in one basic car, maybe it's in a couple. You know, they know the saying, if it's in one area, it can spread to another. Also, here's a map or a picture of our grand opening with the pals down below. And let me tell you, it has been a godsend for the low poverty children in that area. It was wonderful event, and Captain may have something to add regarding the gangs.
Yeah, our partnership with the Cpap and other community members has been extremely productive. Year to date, we have about a 17.5% reduction in game-related crime. And we currently have no active shooting feuds with any of the street gangs here in Mission. And that is, again, due in large part to our gang enforcement detail, but also the work with the community. And being able to focus on the North Hills Community Park, a lot of that was gang graffiti, but with Cpap to come in and make sure that that graffiti is removed promptly, that has had a major impact in the community. The families there are very appreciative. Last year we had a toy drive there with Santa Claus that was very well received by the community. So one other thing I have to mention in regards to the Quality of Life Committee is last July in Mission, we did have a firearms buyback. Again, I want to say that it was very successful in that the number of people that showed up, the number of cars was honestly more than I expected. But with the support of Monica Rodriguez and her office, we were able to secure several hundred pounds of illegal fireworks. So again, those are just some of the programs that our Cpap and Quality of Life get involved with and really impact the community.
And this is just a picture of what happens when our resources go out for help on graffiti removal. We've dealt with graffiti busters, which we're very lucky. One of the members are also a Cpap member as well. So that makes for a great partnership. And we do have a homeless committee. Unfortunately, it's kind of on hold right now, but we deal with reports and do what we can. So hopefully the laws can change so people can get more involved to get it taken care of. We also have an event committee. We do things like mission support rallies, our wonderful annual Officer Appreciation Day, where we partner with our Mission Booster Club. We do National Night Out, mission fundraisers, as well as community events hosted by other communities as an outreach tool. Here are some of the pictures that we're sharing. One was National Night Out. It was great. We had our mounted vintage car. We've done our support rallies in there. We support Cop on a Rooftop for Special Olympics. And then when we had issues with city budget not being able to come out, our Cpap members went out and we did the landscaping. We did the sweeping and the pickup. So it helps out all over. And as an example, there's the group with the Special Olympics torch run. Besides CPAB and Neighborhood Watch and our booster club, I also have gotten involved in the past with Special Olympics. So it's important to bring all this together. And our 15th annual Officer Appreciation Day 2020 was Hollywood Walk of Fame themed to make them feel special. This year, as you can see, was our superheroes. And what we do, we have enough contacts and sponsors and donors that we literally feed the officers breakfast, lunch, and dinner. And we make sure that watch 3, before they leave for home that morning, they come in and eat breakfast. Then who's ever on watch 3, when they come back in the evening, comes in and has a nice hot meal before they go on the road. And we always have snacks and everything so they can grab a bag of whatever they need and take off and feel comfortable. And because of the pandemic, last year we had to use caterers to come in and do breakfast, lunch, and dinner to keep things proper according to the health department. And it worked out great. And this year, we're able to do things a little more normal, though instead of us serving the officers, we had them be able to serve themselves from hot chafing dishes and food that was coming in and out periodically. And we only had so many tables in the community room. The rest of them were out on the patio to make sure we followed again with the health department.
Yeah, I'm gonna jump in at this point because I'd be remiss not to really mention Betty's participation with her Officer Appreciation Days. She is here from sunup to sundown, and just relentless in her endeavor to recognize the officers. And again, as mentioned as being superheroes this last Officer Appreciation Day. But we in turn also recognized Betty this year. We started a program down in the 77th Street area a couple of years ago called Heroes Among Us. And that's where community members are recognized for their contributions to the department, but also to the community as a whole. And that gives us an opportunity to thank those community members. At the same time, it gives officers the opportunity to see the really the type and quality of people that we have the honor to serve. And we brought that project to Mission this year. And Miss Betty Lay was recognized as the first Mission Heroes Among Us. And so again, I know that she's not happy with me to bring that up at this moment, but it is very well deserved.
Okay, are you done?
Yes, I'm done. Go ahead.
Okay, CPAP also does roundtable discussions currently via Zoom. We put together strategic planning solutions regarding reoccurring crime areas. We also do e-blasts and flyers for crime prevention, you know, alerts such as lock and hide to keep it, our wildfire preparedness. That's really important to clear around the houses and stuff. Robberies, as even Chief Moore had spoken earlier today, and don't be a victim. And also we try to make sure we get the word out to support our local businesses so our communities will thrive. And as always, our CPAB reps attend all of the senior lead officer meet and greets, coffee with the captains, Cpap, again, mission Special Olympics tort run. We also help with or attend the cadet youth events, holiday events, and one or two of our CPAB members are also part of the Booster Club meetings that meet each month.
And if I could just comment on that, we recently had our cadet foot pursuit 5K run event at our Davis facility. And we had several hundred participants that ran. And these were not only the cadets, but family members. Their parents came out and enjoyed the day. And again, due in large part to CPAB's support with that endeavor. It was just a wonderful event between our department and the community.
Okay, and something that's really important to have a good business relationship between your sponsors and donors is to make sure they are recognized. So this was a picture of one of our CPAB members bringing recognition to one of the businesses that catered Officer Appreciation Day lunch last year. I always make sure that every volunteer and every sponsor gets recognized. I do outreach, so do my other members. We do outreach for these sponsors and donors. So we have a great relationship between all of them. And we have 5 members that are part of our mission volunteer community patrol team, which is awesome. And as you know, we always have CPAB representatives attend the Board of Police Commissioners weekly meeting. And what we get out of the meeting, we share back with our members. Now, anybody has any questions, more than happy to take questions, and whatever I can answer, I know Captain will. Before I turn it over for questions, Commissioner Briggs, I'm still waiting for your phone call, okay?
Miss Lay, thank you so much. First of all, on behalf of what I believe are all commission members, your volunteer work with the mission Cpap is exemplary. It really shows a partnership with our police department to help reduce the impact of crime in various areas. And what we've seen here today certainly demonstrates how the community can come together with the department to help bring about positive results. And I must say that you are a leading force in that, and we certainly appreciate you. We applaud you for all your work. Thank you so much. At this point, I will be calling on you soon, but it will be with a specific request. At this point, I want to open it up for some of the other commissioners to ask questions and or comments. Commissioner Decker.
Thank you very much. And I certainly want to join the the chorus of voices thanking you, Ms. Lay. Your dedication to service, your commitment to positive change through engagement is amazing, exemplary. You're an example for all of us, and I'm so pleased to hear you were named the hero among us, because you certainly are. So thank you for everything you've done, and thank you for being here with us today. It's certainly our honor to have you here today, given your many years of service. My one question for you, perhaps Captain or Ms. Lay, whoever would like to address this, is I wonder if you could speak to the last 20 months and more directly to the work of the Cpap and the concerns of the community as reflected in your Cpap meetings, and particularly now as hopefully we're coming out of the pandemic and folks are back to work, back to meetings. What are you hearing from the community right now in terms of their biggest concerns?
Well, right now, the biggest concern is the homeless, at least within the mission communities. It's the homeless. It is the illegal fireworks. I mean, they go off for any reason, anytime, every weekend, trying to get the laws changed. And, basic robberies because people aren't paying attention. They're concerned about the homeless. They're concerned about this. They're concerned about that, which we try to push. You need to pay attention to yourself as well. I'm the first one to tell someone, if someone's following you, don't go home, go to the nearest police station.
Absolutely.
Captain?
No, I would concur. One of the biggest, and I'm not going to say complaints, but concerns from the community is the homeless encampments and that are either in our parks or along sidewalks. But I will say this, there has been a huge effort to clean up a lot of those areas, provide really resources for those people so that we can get them either into a bridge home or other temporary type housing. So I've seen a marked improvement here in Mission, also along our foothill corridor where we had, I would estimate probably 100 motorhomes that were being used to really for people to live in. But now that's probably down to, last time I checked, was maybe a dozen. So it is something that we continue to work with our community members and Cpap, along with our council districts, to come up with solutions to not only clean that up, but provide other services.
Thank you. Thank you both. I'm sure my other fellow commissioners have questions. So I'll turn it back to you, Commissioner Briggs.
Thank you. Commissioner Clanche, do you have any questions?
I don't. I just want to thank Ms. Lay for her work. I know it's a lot of work to volunteer and to provide service. So just thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Clanche. Commissioner Bonner?
Thank you very much. Yes, I did have two questions I'd like to ask, kind of going back to the presentation. The captain was mentioning some of the crime statistics, and I know that when we talk about, we're always happy when something's going down a little bit and gaining ground, and a little bit concerned when you're losing ground and so on. But if you're looking at the just raw numbers, I think you're still, at least the last couple of years, you're averaging about 1,000 violent crimes in that area a year. I think you're around 933 or something right now for the current year, and about 2,700 or so property crimes, if I'm remembering correctly. That's come down, I think, over the last couple of years from almost 3,000 a year. And so the question is, in that, just when you think about from that picture, the sentiment or the feeling of public safety, when you're in an area, you still got about 1,000 violent crimes and that level of property crimes. How does the Cpap help gauge, how safe people feel in the community? Obviously, people who come and actively participate, can communicate that way. But does the Cpap help facilitate, the process of understanding how safe people feel in the area?
Go for it.
Yeah, I would say yes to that because we do have in our conversations, the community does share their concerns. Again, we talked about that typically it still deals with homeless related issues and that sort of thing. But I think overall, I think the biggest concern is that we have to really assign a lot of our resources to the southern end of our division, which is around the Panorama City, where that typically is an area where we have an increased amount of crime, which means that the northern part of the division, the Silmar area, doesn't get the kind of coverage that we would like. And that's really based on we're struggling a little bit to meet our patrol minimums, but again, that's not a complaint. We're doing what we can. But I think the one, probably the largest concern from Cpap is just the lack of resources we have in the northern part of our division. But I do have to comment that, like I mentioned, our Part 1 crimes are down, our property crime is down, and that's down from the previous year. So we're definitely trending in the right direction.
And what about the picture on car thefts? I know you're still having about 900 or so on average, vehicles stolen there every year. Is that also, concentrated in the southern part of the area, or is that all throughout the Mission area?
Well, I tell you, I wish I could say it was concentrated in an area, then we could focus our efforts there. But the reality is there are no patterns or trends or series of car thefts. The number of cars that are recovered are actually stolen and then recovered in Mission seem to be fairly consistent year to year. It's about 30 to 35%. And then other vehicles are recovered from outside of the area. And then there are those percentages that are recovered outside of the city. And what we're finding is that the majority of car thefts are due to more transportation needs as opposed to being used in crimes. And unfortunately, we're very aware that with the weather getting colder now, there may be an increase in car thefts or even car break-ins, where people are using the cars to get home without being exposed to the elements, or they just want to be able to sleep in the car. So we're going to, again, focus on those efforts. And but really, the difficult thing right now is there really are no patterns or trends, but officers are aggressive. They're given quick hit list every day, which is a list of vehicles that have been stolen the previous day. And so they're still out there making a lot of arrests. And we're hoping that with the holiday season coming up, we're going to be able to put other strategies in place where we can prevent some of these burglary and theft from motor vehicles in our shopping centers.
Appreciate that.
And we also do reminders during this time of the year because we put together a Cpap newsletter every month and put those type of reminders in there so that when we do an e-blast to the members and guests, then certain pages in the newsletter can be printed out and shared with neighbors to help with reminders and caution and alerts.
Well, that kind of brings a little bit to my my next question, which is about the membership and communication. So I, for example, would read the newsletter and the mail blast, but if you look at the younger people, vast number of people who are much younger than I am, they're on social media. They're getting information in different ways than I might. Can you comment on the effort that historically is made to try to bring in, or I should say more recently, that if there's some efforts being made to bring in younger members of the Cpap and what success you've had over the years in that regard, and to make sure you've got a good cross section of people participating?
In the past, we have circulated flyers and done little outreach events at the different high schools throughout Mission Division. And we've also had meetings with school principals to help get the information out. And for a while there, it was working really good. And then the pandemic hit. And so now stuff like that is kind of on hold, but we still share the information on like Facebook and different things like that, besides e-blasts with our members and our guests to make sure they share it and pass it on as well. So what is really exciting is since this pandemic, we have gotten 2 new members. The weird thing about it all is we used to have about 35 to 37 members, but unfortunately, some has passed away. Some are now doing home health care for their parents. Some had to move out of state because of their job. Some of them just retired and moved to Vegas.
Yeah, and if I could just comment on that as well, I know this is kind of it may be a slight departure from your question, but in regards to our volunteers here that may come in to be a part of Cpap, and we do see that they're better suited to be part of the our patrol, that sort of thing. You know, if we're able to take one person at a time and communicate a message, then I consider that a win.
Yeah.
And sometimes even with the social media, we do have our PSAs that we'll put out, often with support of Cpap. And so again, we may not getting the big push with the information, but again, if I have one young volunteer, for example, with our food drive that we had over the weekend, we had young volunteers that were out there, you know, helping direct traffic and that sort of thing. And those young people are going to be able to help spread whatever information that we have. So it's a win, maybe at a smaller level.
Appreciate that, and appreciate your presentation here this morning, and we'll look forward to some opportunity perhaps to come out and say hello. Thank you.
Very, very good. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Bonner. There being no further questions, Captain, I want to thank you. Miss Lay, I want to thank you. I do owe you a call, and I will be calling you soon.
Okay, I'm gonna hold you to it.
Yeah, please do, Commissioner, because she'll keep after me until you do. So please.
I understand, Captain. Thank you. Have a great day and stay safe out there.
Okay, thank you.
We'll now go to item 4B on the agenda. The department's report on the police accountability bills. And we believe we have Commander Stephen Laurie who will be presenting.
There we are. Everybody hear me okay, Commissioner Briggs?
Absolutely. Good morning, Commander. How are you today?
Good morning, sir. I'm great. Thank you. And thank you for having me, Chief, and members of the commission. Let me share my screen here and I'll let you know what we're going to do. Can you see that PowerPoint okay?
Yes, thank you.
Excellent. So the plan today is sort of a presentation in 2 parts. As you are all aware, the governor recently signed a suite of police accountability bills that will become effective beginning in 2022. So I'll give a briefing on those and the department's state of preparation for those. And then in a second portion, I'll discuss the recently authored but not passed George Floyd Justice in Policing Act, which was a House resolution, which lays out a pretty sweeping agenda of police reform. And I'll talk about the department and where we stand on some of the aspects of that bill, should it or a similar one ever become the law of the land. As a way of an overview, the good news in both of these presentations is all of these statutes seem to reinforce that the department is well placed and reinforces our position as a leader in progressive police reform. Many of the requirements in these statutes we're about to discuss have been codified in our policies and in our culture for quite some time. So that's the good news. And we'll talk about some of the places where we're going to be able to do some work and improve. And of course, I'll take questions between the 2 presentations and then at the end, should you have any. Okay, so regarding the state bills, AB 89 is pretty straightforward. It changes the minimum age for peace officers in the state of California to 21 years old. Right now, our current policy satisfies this. There was a question about us hiring folks at 20 and a half years old. That is the age at which you can start the police academy, but we do not swear folks in and actually hand them a badge, which gives them peace officer powers until 21 years of age. So we are in compliance with that statute. Our jailers, who are civilian employees, are not considered peace officers under the code, and we do hire some of them at 18 years of age, but they wouldn't be covered by this statute. Next, AB 490 covers some interesting things about positional asphyxia and other restraint techniques. As you're aware, the commission and the department passed a group of bans and restrictions on carotid restraint control holds and so-called choke holds beginning in 2020. This is the legislature adding a few items to 1196, which already greatly restricted the use of those techniques. Most importantly, and most critical to what will be the change in our policy, is that transportation of an arrestee cannot happen, shall not happen, in positions that create a high risk of positional asphyxia. And our policy will lay out what some of those positions are. Things like leaning over when you're in handcuffs, positions that place a suspect prone while handcuffed. And it lays out a scheme where officers who are encountering a suspect who has difficulty breathing will now have requirements on what they must do. For instance, they must summon a rescue ambulance, notify a supervisor. That supervisor shall notify the watch commander. And anytime someone is in a position that may restrict breathing, even a simple prone position, the officers shall now monitor that person's breathing to ensure it is not being restricted. So while the use of the holds themselves was already greatly restricted and then banned, we now will have a scheme in place where officers are monitoring the breathing of those subjects and reporting up the chain of command if someone starts to experience trouble breathing and be required to call an ambulance. So this, of course, will improve the relative safety for suspects in those situations. AB 26. This is one of those places where the department was already in compliance with the vast majority of what this bill calls for. It calls for some things that to the commissioners will seem like basic tenets of modern policing, like having a written policy regarding the drawing of a firearm, requiring officers to report a use of force to their department. Unbelievably, those were not the law of the land until this bill was passed. Of course, they've been required at the department since long before I began here over 24 years ago. So it codifies many of the things we already do. It does bring three primary changes to our policy, which we are effecting via special order. One is that any officer with a sustained complaint for using excessive force will be banned from training other officers for a period of 3 years. Two, it prohibits the department from retaliating against any employee for their reporting of excessive force. And three, while the department already has in policy a duty to intercede, so an officer must intervene if they witness another officer using excessive force, now our policy will require that if possible, they capture that effort to intervene on their body-worn video, including them stopping the behavior if they can do so safely, and that an officer who does not intervene will be subject to the same discipline as an officer who was using the excessive force. And our policy will state that that could include up to and including termination. So this is further reinforcement of the department's expectations regarding someone who witnesses a fellow officer using excessive force. Next. So AB 48 and the next slide, which will cover AB 98, are actually going to be combined into one document. As the commission is aware, following the last 18 to 24 months, a lot of attention has been paid to First Amendment assemblies and activities. So what these two bills did for us is allow the opportunity to create sort of a one-stop guide via a department special order for First Amendment activities. So I'll talk first about what AB 48 does in that sphere, and then I'll talk about AB 98. 48 specifically requires police departments to follow a certain reporting criteria on their use of force. Our department, through Critical Incident Review Division, is already in compliance with that. It's essentially a monthly report from CIRD to the State Department of Justice regarding various aspects of the force that was used during the prior month. And we've been in compliance with that before it was codified via this law. Probably to avoid going line by line through the statute, the largest change to our policy based on AB 48 will be regarding the use of certain kinetic energy devices at the scene of First Amendment activity. For us, that would most likely be the 37 millimeter launcher, which I know the commission has had briefing on in the past. Specifically, this will require de-escalation attempts when possible prior to the use of the 37 millimeter. It will require a specific audible warning regarding the use of the 37 millimeter prior to using it. It will require officers who utilize a 37 millimeter to minimize the impact on bystanders and the media, which is specifically called out in the statute. And the department will be required to have a public-facing website that publishes data on the use of the 37 millimeter, if any, at recent protests. And that data will have to be published within 60 days of the use of the 37 millimeter. And then finally, our policy will ban, in accordance with this statute, the use of the 37 millimeter if the only reason for enforcement action is any of the following: a curfew violation, verbal threats by the suspect or suspects, or non-compliance with a law enforcement order. So in other words, what this statute is doing is raising the threshold for when it would be permissible to utilize the 37 millimeter launcher and other kinetic energy weapons where other departments may have those. Now that for us will be tied with Senate Bill 98, which talks a lot about First Amendment activity. The resulting special order here is going to be something like 21 pages. But this is concerning the media. And probably the most significant change for us will be the following. The bill specifically states that when a law enforcement organization closes off a certain area to create a command post. So you can picture a First Amendment activity where a commanding officer arrives and sets up a command post quickly, or in a planned event, if we have a predetermined location for a command post. When we close that area off, we now must allow the media access. The catchphrase used in the statute is duly authorized media, and our media relations section right now is working with media organizations and sort of discussing and trying to come up with a framework for what duly authorized members of the media might be in today's day and age. Our old construct of you have a media press pass issued by a government organization obviously is not tenable now because of the advent of streamers and other amateur media folks. So we are working on what that will look like. But the most significant change for us will be the allowance of media in and around our command posts. And that draft special order is with the city attorney right now for review. Okay, so AB 481 regards law enforcement use of military equipment. As the commission is aware, in the last 2 years, that has become a highly discussed and sometimes controversial topic nationwide in the debate about sort of 21st century policing. Law enforcement agencies under this new statute will have to have a policy with their governing body, in quotes, which we interpret to be the city council here in Los Angeles. And we'll have to have that in place before we receive certain military equipment should we decide to try and utilize that equipment here at the department. It is quite a morass of information that divides up essentially two types of military equipment. There is general equipment, tables, chairs, dry erase boards, first aid kits, and there is controlled equipment, munitions, armored vehicles, and it divides those up and gives us sort of a framework under which we can request and utilize some of that equipment. So what we are going to do internally first is inventory all of the equipment that we have that meets this requirement, because the statute is retroactive. So we'll have 180 days to get to our governing body, the city council, with information on any military acquired equipment that we currently have. So that will be step one. Once our policy is in place, we will come up with a protocol for acquiring, on the one hand, general equipment, which again is generally less controversial. We sometimes receive water or pens and pencils or pads of paper, and then a separate one for controlled, which would be things that would be under more scrutiny. And our policy per the statute will outline a few requirements, that there's no reasonable alternative to receive this equipment, that this equipment will be used to safeguard the public. We will have to notify the public what we have received and our planned utilization of it, and then an annual report to the city council on all military equipment that we acquired and how it was utilized. So quite a lot of internal accountability devices in place for the acquisition and use of this equipment. So SB 16. SB 16 is an extension of SB 1421 about the release of certain records on police officer conduct. It outlines many things that we are already doing and have been for a long time. It demands that California police agencies accept complaints and have a policy that requires accepting complaints. It requires a records retention system for sustained complaints, some things that we've been doing for quite some time. But our policy will need some updating, which we are doing via special order. And that is in these areas. One, certain serious misconduct, if sustained, so a complaint investigation is complete, the allegations are sustained, those will become publicly available. All uses of force that result in great bodily injury, the information on those will have to be publicly available. We have gotten a lot better at this because of 1421 requiring disclosure of certain records. So we believe that over at Risk Management and Legal Affairs Division, Captain Liam's team is spun up and ready to add new criteria to an existing system. But essentially our plan is this: there's going to be a weekly task force meeting where the investigators at Risk Management, in conjunction with Professional Standards Bureau, and when necessary, a city attorney, will review new data sets on these types of points and decide what needs to be publicly available and what can and cannot be released. There are also certain facts that need to be redacted from these items. So we anticipate it will be quite a lot of database work and quite lengthy in the amount of information that will be added, but we believe that we have the systems in place to do that efficiently as January approaches, and we will be in compliance there. AB 657 paired together to do a few things to hate crimes reporting by California law enforcement agencies. Via special order, we will add immigration status to our group of protected classes when it comes to reporting hate crimes. Separately, AB 57 specifically indicates that when a religious symbol is attacked, defaced, destroyed, stolen, that a hate incident or hate crime is the appropriate type of investigation, and that will also be added. It's notable that our policy already includes immigration status in the types of protected classes when we talk about bias policing. So we've worked out verbiage and met with the city attorney about how to do this. So adding it to our hate crimes reporting will not be a particularly heavy lift for us. And then AB 958, finally, you heard from my boss, Director Rhodes, about law enforcement gangs. Our policy is in place and became effective November 4th of 2021. And just by way of review, it prohibits membership in a law enforcement gang, which does not mean any law enforcement group with common interests, but one with common interests which are illegal, unlawful, biased, unjust, etc. So that policy is in place now, should that activity come to light. So I'm going to stop there before we move to George Floyd. I anticipate there may be some questions on these statutes. And then once we're done, or if there aren't any, we can move on and talk about the George Floyd federal legislation. Mr. President.
Thank you, Commander Lilly. I do have a couple of questions before I open it up to some of the other commissioners. Let's start with SB 16, the peace officer records. You mentioned sustained findings or sustained complaints. My question is, sustained by whom? The Board of Rights, or you know, so that's a fundamental question that I have. So I want to understand this.
Yeah, great question. So first of all the statute says is sustained. My interpretation of that here would mean sustained by whichever level of review that complaint rose to. So yes, if an officer was sent to or opted for a Board of Rights who then sustained that allegation, that would be a sustained complaint. As you know, the vast majority of complaints do not end up at a Board of Rights. Most are adjudicated by the employee's commanding officer. So if that person sustained the allegation, then that would be a sustained complaint. So depending on the severity or where in the system a complaint ends up, there are different people with the authority to either unfound or sustain allegations. But that is a term of art that we use in the final documents for our personnel complaints. So there won't be any ambiguity, especially for an important complaint like excessive force, as to what the outcome of a complaint was. It just might be different entities that make that decision depending on which route that complaint took.
Thank you, Commander. My next question deals with AB 98, media access. I know you indicated that currently being worked on and drafted between the department and the city attorney is the definition of duly authorized. Because, you know, there are some who want to give a very broad definition to the term media, you know, who's an authorized media. So do you know how close we are to coming up with that definition, where we are in that process? Because it seems to me, and herein lies the danger, anyone with a cell phone can walk up to an incident claiming, oh, I'm a member of the media. They can print themselves out a fake card saying I'm a journalist, and you have to grant them access to a site that they wouldn't otherwise be granted access to. So, you know, I have some real concerns here as to where we're going with this and what the legislature meant. Because I don't think, if I'm correct, that the legislature itself defined that term in the assembly bill. So is there other legislation that's being looked to define this? And Commander, I do happen to know you have a law degree, so I know that you can understand where I'm going with this.
I completely understand, law degree notwithstanding. Yeah, that term, I think the legislature probably put that in there on purpose to be a bit ambiguous and allow local jurisdictions to make those decisions. I'll tell you two things that the statute does. So one, it is also very explicit that no member of the media achieves any sort of immunity from committing a crime, including the crime of interrupting peace officers who are doing their lawful work. Right. So as you and I discussed, Commissioner Briggs, once when you came to Hollywood, we had some Antifa lawbreakers put on helmets that said media, and it kind of worked, right? They tricked our officers for a moment, because our officers are trained and it's in our culture to allow media access to First Amendment events. So first of all, should a member of the media that turns out to have ill intent and not be duly authorized start to commit a crime or do something unlawful, they would still be subject to arrest. But the department's philosophy remains, and it is another tenet of modern policing, that we are open to media scrutiny in what we do. So while we do not have that definition yet, to answer your question directly, I believe it will be fairly permissive to, for instance, the person you're describing who is from a high school or college media outlet, let's say, or their own media outlet, and their equipment is an iPhone and a website. And the question will be whether that person is duly authorized. Our policy will also include officers summoning a supervisor when there is any debate, controversy, or lack of surety as to whether someone is so-called duly authorized. This becomes especially important, and I think this is what you're getting at, in a command post environment. Because if they're going to be allowed in that area as we're doing our work, some of that work talks about future tactics or things like that. And of course, that would be good information for a wrongdoer to have to plan some sort of unlawful acts. So yes, this will be challenging for us while we maintain our overall philosophy of openness and transparency and allowing media access to what we do.
Chief, I see you. Your mic is open.
Yes, I think just this is an area that we need to consult with our city attorney. Again, get to the legislative intent, duly authorized. What is the details of the bill to articulate? It is, like you said, it is a challenge for us. We recognize it now, and we're working effectively with efforts to articulate what that means, so that a person who walks up and says, "I'm a member of the media," without further credentials or identity, is what do we afford? How do we move forward with that? Clearly, also, and we've had conversations with the broadcast associations, both print as well as radio and television, to talk about the fact that the individuals engaged in protest activities, engaged in advocacy, with part of a march or otherwise, and then claiming to be a member of the media, poses challenges to their objectivity and their legitimacy. And we're going to, but again, our effort is to support the rights of journalists. Let's support access to journalists and to members of the media. But we want to work with the media associations here in Los Angeles to clarify what the provisions of the law provide for and how we're going to support it.
Thank you, Chief. Finally, Commander Laurie, the question deals with AB 26 and the special orders that fall under it with respect to peer-to-peer intervention. I know that you mentioned that this has been a policy of the department for some time now, and this is something that I have paid particular attention to. But can you describe for us the department's current training around this, or will the department require additional training to come in compliance with AB 26 and the special orders to be drafted under that?
Yes, sir. So in the order of your questions, the department's current policy and training when our officers are taught about use of force is that they are required, first of all, of course, they are required never to use excessive force. We teach about objective reasonableness, de-escalation, et cetera. But directly to your question, they are required to intervene and stop another officer who is using something that they believe is excessive force. Now, our policy does mention that, of course, the other officer who is using force may have information that you don't have, but you are required to intervene and you are required to report that to a supervisor. As far as additional training, once our policy changes, there will be some required on the professional standards side, because we now have this requirement that the discipline for an officer who fails to intervene will have to be equivalent to that officer who was using excessive force. And then secondly, we will have to come up with a an accountability structure so that we track this requirement that you not train officers for 3 years following that sustained complaint. So we will have an internal mechanism where when Officer Jones receives a sustained complaint for excessive force, we can track for 3 years that they don't become, say, a field training officer and be training other officers. But as far as the duty to intercede when another officer is using excessive force, that is already our policy. The only thing that'll be added here is because body-worn video was adopted in mass after the 2020 revision of our use of force policy, is that now you will be required to attempt to capture that effort to intervene on your body-worn video camera. But the duty was already there.
Thank you, Commander. At this time, I want to open it up for other commissioners who may have questions at this point. Commissioner Decker, I see your mic is open.
Thank you, Commissioner Briggs. I have a few questions, Commander Laurie, on the same bills that, or statutes now that Commissioner Briggs just discussed. Some of my questions were answered, so thank you. But with respect to SB 16 and the release of records, and of course, you spoke about how the department is already doing that to an extent, and now additional information should be disclosed. But my question is there sufficient staff to comply with the demand for those records? It's been a bit of a challenge for the redactions in particular to comply with other laws, disclosure and yet protection of certain information. I wonder, Commander, if you could describe to me the challenge where the department's at and whether this particular statute might add to those challenges such that we have to think about staffing issues.
Yes, thank you very much for that question. Of course, that was one of the first things that Director Rhodes and I thought of when we read this statute. So we spoke to Captain Liam and his team, and the direct answer to your question is yes, comma, if. We have worked to have our civilian positions that were lost to the SIP, the Retirement Incentive Program, replaced and refilled. And then we also, in the department's regular budget requests, requested extra positions for Risk Management and Legal Affairs Division in the Management Analyst class that we were told we would be receiving. If both of those happen, we are well staffed up, yes, to make this happen. But of course, anytime you add a fairly detailed, and this is fairly skilled work to find things that meet a certain criteria, structure, yes, it's going to take more human hours to do this. And as you know, nationwide, not just here in Los Angeles, our human capital seems to be diminishing. So it will be a challenge, but with the plans we have in place for that division, Risk Management Legal Affairs Division, we believe we are okay to meet the SB 16 requirements.
Okay, thank you, Commander. That's very helpful to know. Turning then to SB 98, media access to command posts, and obviously none of these bills are concerning except to the extent of how to implement them. And I know you had just a conversation with Commissioner Briggs about duly authorized, but I'd like to be sure I'm understanding precisely what the duly authorized or allowed access to, because you said when an area is closed off for a command post, are members of the media then allowed access to the closed off area so that they can interview the commanders who are in the command post, or are they actually allowed inside the command post as decisions are being made? I'm wondering what the precise access that is allowed is anticipated to be.
Yes, I am too. No, all the statute says is that they are allowed in that closed area to do their work. So one would presume, as I am, that they could request an interview if one was available, that essentially this entire area, the area where the protest is happening or demonstration or rally is happening, the command post area itself is all now open for them to come in and do their work. I think that is why the statute was careful to then point out the legislators wanted to make it clear that this does not exempt members of the media from things like 415, let's say, public disturbance, or interrupting a peace officer while they're doing their lawful duties. And professional members of the media who we've had a lot of interaction with over the generations, of course, will understand this. As the chief pointed out, once we know more from our city attorney on exactly who is going to be duly authorized, I think we'll have a better idea of what types of activities they'd even be asking to do inside that area. But to answer your question directly, the statute reads to me like fairly unfettered access to our operations.
Okay, I appreciate that. And I believe Commissioner Briggs, that answers my questions. Thank you. Thank you, Commander Laurie.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Commissioner Decker. Commissioner Kalonji, I see that your mic is open.
Yes. Thank you so much, Commissioner Briggs. I have a, Commander, I have a follow-up question in regards to SB 16. On the discrimination complaints or sustained discrimination complaints, I'm wondering if the statute provides any specifics or criteria to determine what discrimination or how we would, I guess, gauge discrimination, because I'm struggling with understanding like the state's interest in like RIPA, and then like our department's bias policing investigations. And there's definitely a gap in how the department and how the public sees discrimination. So I'm wondering if it provides any type of criteria or even some signaling of how those complaints would be assessed, or is it just up to the department and maybe the commission?
Yeah, that's a great question. It has sort of a two-part answer. The statute talks about protected classes, right? So right. We know what those are. Now we should add immigration status, et cetera, to those classes. And yes, for each law enforcement agency, not for us, to some degree, that determination is going to be made here. Our choice to do this via this weekly task force that I described is to get different opinions in the room and talk about that exact issue, right? So we have PSB from Professional Standards Bureau, excuse me, our risk management and legal folks. But yes, there will be, one could predict, different interpretations from different agencies on what satisfies the requirement of, oh, this triggers the discrimination part of this statute, so it becomes publicly disclosed. Absolutely.
Okay. I think there's an opportunity here to also, as a commissioner or as a department, really mesh the requests for investigations or the complaints that we get from the public. And how I think right now the policy is that for the most part, some of these discrimination or bias policing complaints get addressed by a captain or a superior. So I'm just wondering if it's an opportunity for us to have more of a criteria that could help us across the board identify when there's complaint against bias, sorry, my dogs, against bias policing. I just feel like it's an opportunity, since we've been struggling with this gap between like what the community perceives as bias policing and what is actually, how these are resolved or whether they're sustained or not by the department. So I just think it's an opportunity for us to think about how we do that, especially since we'll have to report a lot of this now to the state because of the statute. So that's my struggle and kind of, addressing that specific issue.
Yeah, I see that opportunity, and we'll definitely discuss that. Just by way of reminder, the release would only be sustained complaint for this. So, but it begs the question you're asking, which is how is that process getting to either sustained or not sustained? And
yes,
we'll certainly take a look at that internally. I appreciate that.
Okay, thank you. That is it, Commissioner Briggs.
Thank you, Commissioner Kalonji. Commissioner Bonner or Sobroff, do you have any questions?
No, thank you. I sent a list of questions to Director Rose, so I'm sure she'll be following up. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, might have been.
Commissioner Sobroff, sorry.
I said my questions have been answered in the discussion. Thank you.
Commander Laurie, you said you wanted to now go to the George Floyd part of the presentation.
Yes, let me switch screen shares here for you. I promise this portion is more brief. For some reason, I have both on my screen. Can you, Mr. President, see the George Floyd titled presentation?
Yes, we can see it.
Okay, great. Two overall thoughts here as I sort of open in the first portion of my presentation. Much of what is in this resolution is already codified here in Los Angeles, and as a matter of fact, on the West Coast. This was meant to be a federal, fairly sweeping attempt to bring the nation's police departments to a standard. That standard is largely represented already in our nation's, say, 10 largest police departments, and especially here on the West Coast. So much to be proud of when you read through this bill in detail. And again, as I mentioned in my first presentation, some surprises that these things needed to be legislated at all. There's a lot here that we are already doing, but some things that I do want to discuss that we are not doing. A significant portion of this resolution, if it was to become law, regards funding percentages. I met with Mr. Tefang separately to talk about this, and I'm just going to eliminate those structures from this presentation. They regard percentages of certain block grants that need to be spent a certain way within the police department. It's extraordinarily dry statutory interpretation. So I didn't want to do that here, but just know that should those types of things come down the pike eventually, we have a pretty robust system in place tracking our grant spending. It happens to be under Director Rhodes's command as well, and we could comply with those, but I will frankly spare you the details of each of those requirements. So the first thing that we are already in compliance with that the Act does is very similar to our conversation about upper body control holds in our first presentation. And it would nationwide provide for the banning of an authorization of carotid restraint control holds, or so-called chokeholds. It also imposes several limitations on the police use of force, which we have already covered today briefly, and which have been codified in our policy for some time. Most notably and most recently, that the use of deadly force should be necessary. Of course, our policy and California law already includes that term. It talks about biased policing, which it calls racial profiling, and talks about requiring a police department to have policies against that. Again, to all of us on the commission and to those of us in the Los Angeles Police Department, that's a head scratcher because we've had that policy for so long, but it would require it nationwide. It is already codified in our manual. And then it talks about no-knock warrants, which, as you know, in the conversation of the past several months and years have become a subject of interest. Our policy already prevents an investigator from asking a justice of the peace for a pre-authorized so-called no-knock warrant. It is extraordinarily rare statewide for folks to get pre-authorized no-knock warrants now. Again, this is a California thing versus the rest of the nation. So we already forbid our investigators from asking for those. Anytime a department employee may enter a residence by force, they are required to announce their presence first and give a reasonable chance for the person inside to comply with our request to enter, unless there is specific exigency. And those would be extraordinarily rare cases of a threat to the officers or someone inside to their life. It's extraordinarily rare at the department, and we have not been a large utilizer of no-knock entries, whereas nationwide, that would be something that would be bringing people, again, up to our standards. No comment needed here. Our jail operations manual already forbids this horrendous concept. Regardless of consent was added in this House resolution. There were a few cases nationwide where a sworn employee was having intimate relations with an in custody person, and their defense was that it was consensual. The ethics and morals involved here don't need to be discussed, but it is already prohibited by our jail operations manual. And then it would require nationwide police agencies to gain accreditation from a local or state agency. California has a robust system you're all familiar with called the Peace Officer Standards and Training Commission. And of course, we are a post-compliant agency which satisfies that requirement. It would encourage, not require, encourage the use of body-worn video nationwide. As you know, LAPD were early adopters and now require body-worn video. Now, there are two areas where we would not currently be in compliance, but we believe we could be via policy development should a statute like this pass. The first of those is that it defines, the resolution defines multiple uses of an electronic control device. For us, that would be the taser, multiple activations of it as deadly force. Right now, that is not our policy. We did briefly look into the use of multiple activations of an electronic control device and what those led to over the past 5 years. And in the past 5 full years, there have been 4 persons in our custody who ended up dying in LAPD custody, and they had multiple activations of the taser. And I say that as a correlation, not necessarily a causation. 2 of those 4 had toxic or lethal amounts of methamphetamine in their system as well. 1 of the remaining 2 also had a significant amount of methamphetamine in their system. And we did that study just to anticipate the commission might be interested in why that multiple activations being reported as deadly force was included in this resolution. So that's our numbers for the past 5 years. And then the resolution defines the pointing of a firearm at a person, not just the drawing and exhibiting of it, but pointing it at a person as a reportable use of force. As the commission is aware, we have a policy for the drawing and exhibiting of a firearm, which you hear about in your FID briefings. We do report the pointing of a firearm at a person. That is reported via the AFDR, or Automated Field Data Report. Right now, under department policy, that is not a reportable use of force, but it would only require a policy change to do so. It also requires the reporting of those statistics publicly. And beginning in 2021, before this resolution ever existed, our use of force digest, which you all see annually, will report the number of instances where we pointed a firearm at a person. Again, as opposed to just say being drawn to a low ready during a high-risk traffic stop, et cetera. So that's sort of that House resolution, which again did not pass, but is probably a good representation of where some believe that police reform is moving. So it's a good exercise for us to sort of lean towards that and see how we would be doing if legislation like this in the future should come to become law. And I'm open to any questions here as well.
Thank you, Commander Laurie. I'm going to first turn to Commissioner Decker. Do you have any questions for Commander Laurie? No. Commissioner Kalante? No. Commissioner Bonner? No. Commissioner Sobroff?
No, I don't. All yours.
Thank you. Commander Laurie, thank you for this presentation today. It's very informative and it's very timely. And we look forward to continuing to improve the department with these changes that are coming about. We look forward to working with you on some of the open issues that have still yet to be adopted by the department. Thank you very much.
Yep. Thanks for having me.
At this time, the commission will go into a closed session. I would say.
We need an action, Mr. President.
Oh, thank you very much, City Attorney. We need to approve the department's report on the police accountability bills. I move that we approve the report. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion's been made and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. At this time we'll go into closed session, which will start at 12:30. Thank you.
The Board of Police Commissioners will now recess into closed session to discuss Agenda Item 5A in accordance with Government Code 54957.
I'm here, Mr. President, but for some reason my video won't start.
I hear you.
William, you're on mute. There we go.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Executive Director. Mr. Executive Director, I'd ask that you report out of closed session.
Yes, Mr. President, as to item 5A, the commission has concluded their discussion and instructions were given. That concludes the report out.
Thank you. At this point, there being no further business before the commission, I move we adjourn. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion's been made and seconded. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Stay safe.